Hello. Our recording should be on. Yeah, sorry for a slight delay. Had to do some testing on my microphone because I did some soldering on the lids. I had to buy a new connector and had to solder it in place. Hopefully the quality would be a bit better, but please let me know what you think about it. Anyway, let us begin with the stream. Oh, hello Jack. I'm glad to see you here. And hopefully I'm not gonna lose sound halfway into the stream. And am I getting red a little bit? Okay, open recent, FType, and Blender. Okay. So, last time we started adding bones to animated bits for the vehicles in our final preparations before we can put them in game. So let's continue with this setup. We had done this door. Let's do this one. Okay, so that I want to select this edge as a pivot. Move cursor here. Now armature. Add another bone. Name this bone as rear. Nope. Rear left door bone. Save it. Let's. Oh. Yeah, that was a problem. That's a vehicle skeleton. That's the bone. Okay, the bone should be named based on this. Now length of the bone for door, that should be 0.2. No parent. Okay. Now that object. Vertex group. Named as the bone. Select everything and assign. Easy, easy. Add a bone here. Same name, but replace door with window. Set the door bone as parent. Set length as 0.1. Copy. Vertex group. Oops. Assign. Okay. That should be done. Now the other two doors. Okay, let's grab a name of that bone, then select this one, paste. Name it as a right bone. Set the length and so how are you all doing? Please let me know. And yeah, I'm sorry I wasn't able to check out the light bars mod, so I'm still not sure what needs to be done for it to work. Okay, yeah, I'm alright too. And I recently got a streak of YouTube recommendations for D&D horror stories, so was fun. Yep, what about light bars? Okay, set police vehicle model to civilian model when it's active. Okay, I think I see what you mean by this. So instead of redefining a police base model as having light bars built in, I should have like used the same basic model without light bars. And then your light bars will have space to be added on top of it. Okay. Good. Yep. Sounds easy enough. Well, that's not gonna be the base civilian model because of the different shaders. Like I have to use a no random shader because it's still a fixed paint job police. But defining a model with correct shader, that's gonna be just a couple lines of code, so nothing to worry about. Anyway, so that, yeah, let's assign, no, not door, window, tab A, assign. Okay. Yep. You are rear right door bone. Size. Copy. Yep. I hope the sound of machinery working outside is not too distracting and ideally even not heard on stream, but it is there. For some reason they decided to rip up the pavement from all the driveways and, well, playground. And hopefully they will build a new playground, but who knows. Where were we? I believe I've stopped with this vertex group. I need to add it here. Sign. Select this edge. Add a bone. Copy name. Set size and set parent. Yep. Assign. Done. Okay, so those doors and windows and hood, they are all paired with their respective bones. Now the trunks. If I remember, I had, yeah, rolling shutter trunk is the only one that's gonna be separate, at least for now. Maybe all the trunks should be with rolling shutter. Oh, we can always move them later. So that trunk, that needs 2 bones. Okay, so we'll have 2 bones here, 2 bones here. Oh, no, not 2 bones. Not just 2 bones. We would have to use 3 bones because with all those trunk doors, let me hide all of that. With those trunk bones, we have, where is it? For example, province for a long wagon, and F350 for long wagon. And that one, you can see that this lower pivot point is in the wrong space or wrong place. So the top bone, that's gonna be shared. Lower bone, that's gonna be different between F350 and province. Okay, and that goes for other sizes. Like same here. Same here. No, actually no. On that regular size, I used the same bottom line for both of those. Is that right, though? Okay. You don't need two materials, that's for sure. But yeah, you look fine, I guess. Okay. So not all of them will have 3 bones per trunk, but some of them will. Okay, well, let's start going along this list from bottom to from top to bottom. Okay, so here we are. Ambulance doors. Well, those doors specifically, I believe, are from SWAT, but they're called ambulance. Okay. Trunk, right bow. That's one bone. Let's give it a size. Okay. Copy. Now here, select this door. Let's create a vertex group and assign. To select just this door, I'm using the L hotkey, because if you're hovering over an element that can be selected, L selects everything that is linked to it. And since this is a separate submesh, I can select either of them. So either this or this, but if I have like an edge selected from here and then select this, then this selection still remains. So this L, it adds to selection instead of overriding it, which sometimes is good, sometimes is not. But what you gonna do about it? Okay. Let me try to... Maybe that would be better, because I don't like how I'm constantly spiking towards red. Okay, that should be better. Okay, now we have this bone. Let's move cursor here. Edit armature, add bone. This bone, length 0.2. Name paste and change right to left. Okay, that is good. Now that side should get its own vertex group and get assigned. So now press A to select all, and selecting one group, hit deselect, get the other group, hit deselect, and make sure here nothing is selected. So everything is at least in one of those groups, which is good. Okay, That one is done. Now that one. Okay, that's crew medium. Okay. Oh, well, that is a little annoying, because since I don't have that as a bit of geometry here, I cannot select this edge. So I have to go find this component. That is crew medium. Trunk, where is it? Component trunk. Long wagon shared. Okay. Component crew medium wagon something. Component crew medium wagon trunk. Okay. Now that one. So go to edit it. Select those two edges, or even select those two vertices. Cursor to selected, and now that would be our bone here. Edit armature, Shift A to add that bone. Crew medium. Yeah, pickups don't have trunk bones, so we don't have to specify. That is for wagon. So that is trunk upper bone. Select all, save. Okay. Now, here's the thing. I'm not sure that that is going to work with this composite object. So I want that to have its group set up here. Assign all vertices to this group. That's fine. Now that object here. That also needs to have that group set up here. But it only needs to add that here. Okay. And now let's check. If we select armature, go to pose mode, select this bone, rotate around x-axis, and well, nothing happens. Yeah, sure. Why not? Why would something happen here, since I don't have this armature set up? Object mode. That object here, let's add this modifier. We have this array. I want to deform armature. Use that as armature. Okay. And yeah, we see that this shared bit also got animated, which is good. Okay. That is super good. Okay. Select this armature. Pose mode, select everything, Alt R to cancel all rotations. And rotation was the only modification we did, so all good. Object mode. Now this lower bit here, select those two vertices, move cursor to selected. First here, let's make sure that bone is of reasonable size, then add another bone, make it of reasonable size, medium, trunk, lower, F350. Is it F350 though? I guess yes. That is an F350 object. Okay. copy bone name, go here, select this bottom part, make another vertex group, and assign to it. Okay, that's good. Next one is crew medium wagon for province, and we can see that, yeah, that top bone, it kind of fits, but this bottom bone doesn't, which is not good. So let's copy this name here, paste this vertex group name here, and this upper part assign here. Now, two vertices here, select cursor to selected, edit armature, add new bone, and that bone, let's give it a name of trunk lower province bone. Okay, trunk lower province bone. Good. Let's set the size, and yeah, there's no there is it would be kind of hard to see the difference between those two bones, but technically they always should move the same. So here we are on the bones, we, instead of modifiers, we have this constraint thing here. And for constraint, we can select like copy rotation. So I want you to copy rotation from this bone. And yeah, copy all the axes, influence should be 100, nothing should be inverted. So now that kind of linked those two bones together. So actually let's now for that bone, let's give it a much smaller size. Now that's too small, I guess. Okay, there. Now that bone is still visible, and it is constrained to behave with the same rotation as this bone. So if we go to pose mode, if we select this bone, now go to rotate around x-axis, and okay, why are you rotating around 3D cursor? Rotate around x-axis here. And well, that's strange. Why is this bone not being rotated? Oh yeah, because I forgot to specify target. Why do you want target object though? Is it the wrong constraint? Transform. No, that should be the right one. Copy rotation. Why do you want to just target object and not another bone? Well, maybe if I target this whole vehicle skeleton, no, it doesn't work. Okay. So that is a bit worrisome. So let's try to ask Google. Blender, copy, rotation, from bone. Okay, so that shouldn't... Yeah, that's not the same answer. Okay, so based on helps, that should uh, be able to select a vehicle skeleton here. Yeah, and then, well, no, it kind of fails. Maybe we need to be in object mode for it to work. Still failed to set value. Can you not copy rotation within the same armature? That would be kinda worrying. Well, let's try that out. Object mode, Shift A, create a new armature. Let's call this armature as dummy armature. Now that armature, it has a bone here that we want to move along y-axis like so. Now that bone, let's copy rotation, select that as a different armature. Nope. Let's try to find vehicle skeleton. Yep, now it does find that copy rotation for the bone. Let's link it to this bone. Where is it? Crew, medium, trunk, F350 bone. Okay. Well, I guess that's not gonna work. Oh, hello, I have 3 viewers. Welcome, welcome, please feel free to join the chat and say hi. So, let's just scratch this idea with this being lazy and sharing rotation between several bones. So that one, let's select this whole armature and delete it. Okay, then that bone needs to be made bigger, like that. Okay, let's copy its name. Let's get to this object, paste the name, edit, select the lower part, and assign here. Now, if we set aside from this array modifier deform armature for this vehicle skeleton, go here and select pose mode, rotate X, yeah, that opens the lower trunk, and that opens the upper trunk. Alt R, select all, Alt R, okay. That's fine. But I'm kind of disappointed at how this constraint failed to work. Honestly, let's just scrap it. Okay, either way, we are done with this trunk. Let's proceed to next one. Okay, that one and that one, they also need different lower bones. And they need their shared upper bone, which would be go to object mode, select that, component trunk long wagon, component trunk long wagon shared is that one. Yep, that's it. Okay, so here select two vertices we use as pivot, shift S to move cursor between, edit armature, add, and now let's name this bone. That would be our long trunk upper bone. Copy the name, set the length, and nothing else. Okay, next, that bit here, vertex group, select, sign, that one we no longer need. Now, that one, assign group name, and select just those vertices up here, assign them to that group. That is good. Now that object, same deal, make a group with this name. Select those top vertices, assign, and that is good. Now the bottom bones. Those, nope, not those two vertices. Those two vertices. Cursor to selected. Edit armature, add bone. Bone name, long trunk, lower F350, bone. Okay. Side. Okay, that one is good. Now with those two vertices, move between them, edit armature, create bone, set the size, name, and instead of F350, that would be province. Select all, copy. And with this object, let's add Let's add that as a group. Okay. Fine, and well, not really. The number of bones I'm adding here kind of gives me a worry that we might run out of space for objects. But if we do, then I'll just split them into, I guess, 3 exports. So we have one export for doors and hood, one export for all the wagon trunks, and one export for the box van shutting door, or rolling shutter door. Okay, that one. Let's make sure which one is here. Component, medium, wagon, trunk. Component, medium, wagon, trunk, shared. That one. Add a bone. Name the bone. Okay, so you are medium, trunk, upper bone. Copy. Paste the name here, assign all vertices, hide, open, select that, paste name and assign, and paste name and assign. Okay, that's good. Now that take 2 vertices here. Oh, actually, yeah, that one. No, that's not the one. Okay. Select those 2 here, cursor to selected, add a bone, lower F350 instead of upper, copy, length, okay, yeah, I still didn't add this into Discord, well, into description, but yeah, I am not really active on Discord at all, so there's nowhere to add, sorry. Sorry about that. But at least we haven't checked this checkbox in a while, actually. People asking me for Discord. Which is a nice change of pace. And yeah, thank you for liking the stream. Oh, hope that is entertaining or at least interesting. Okay, assign, done. Okay, that one is done. Now those 2 regular, and yeah, those 2, they have shared both upper and lower bones, which is good. Okay, now what is your shared? Component, regular, wagon, trunk. Component, regular, wagon, trunk. That is the shared bit. Let's grab two vertices, snap the middle, add a bone. That's gonna be a regular, upper, bone, save all. Okay, added the vertex group here. Now that bit here. Add a vertex group, select all the upper one, assign, done. Now that one, add a vertex group, edit, select all, assign, done. Now two vertices selected, go to middle, add another bone, a regular trunk, lower bone. Okay. Set the length. Oh, and I forgot to set length here. Get this one, copy name. Add this as a vertex group, assign. Go to this object, add a group, give the group a name, go to edit mode, select, and oh, yeah, I guess that's fine. Because those bits are from another version of this trunk. Okay, that's fine. So that should be everything for all this heap of objects. So let's move all of them in here. And now let's select all of that. Then make sure that active element is the armature. Control P and armature deform. So now all of those objects are parented to this armature. And I believe some of those first trunks now might have a problem with having two armature modifiers. Is it? Well, maybe it is, but I don't see it. Because that was the first one we tested and it works fine. Okay, that's good. That's good. Fine, dandy, whatsoever. Now let's go add some animations. To do this, let's make sure we have armature selected. Now navigate to animations tab here. And here we have, like that is more of a render viewport. That is our editing viewport. That's our timeline. We want to switch to action editor. Create new action. And trunk closing. Let's start with this heavy. Whoa, what is that? Well, that is something new, something that I would have to figure out, but hopefully if I just ignore it, it's not gonna break anything for me. Hopefully. Okay, so now trunk closing. So closing means that the end position of this animation should be closed. And just for consistency, all the vehicle animations we were creating before, they end on the frame 41. So that is gonna be where we put all the closed position for all the bones. To do this, let's select all of those bones. Can we even maybe select that? Yeah. So that way all the bones we have here, and hit I to set their current, save their current position as an iframe. Now move to the start, which is frame 1, and I don't want that to have those two bones. Well, at least I want that to be shared across all of those bones. Let's specify to individual origins, pivoting, go 3, rotate, and let's set that as our open position for those trunks. So with those trunks selected, let's hit I, and that saved their iframe. So now we can move timeline, and that moves all of those together. Okay, that's good. Now all of those bones. Same deal here. Go to open frame, rotate them by x-axis, and open them all to about that far. Save their positions, and now they both can be opened and closed. Okay, now them opening and closing at the same time, it's kind of serviceable, but that looks too mechanical for my liking at least. So what I want to do is basically get this frame here, that is when the bottom ones are almost closed, save it as a keyframe, and then move that like maybe 5 frames into the timeline. So within this period, you see now the top bones are animated, but the lower ones are not. So we start by opening the upper hatch, and then when the rear hatch is free to go, it gets open too. And when they're closing, the same happens in reverse. We technically can have different animations for open and close to make this even more natural, but that is serviceable. Okay, now here, that bone and that bone, they should be rotated in this plane. So once again, we have their closed. We now need their open position. So that would be like about that here for this bone, save frame, and for that bone, that doesn't have to be symmetrical, and it adds some character if it's not. So imperfections are actually good for if you want to create something that looks organic, because nature is far from perfect. Like all those people who think that nature is designed perfectly, they don't know what they're talking about. Imperfections is what makes things look natural. So that would be in that final position, I to save it, and same deal here. I want one door to start opening first, and then the other door. So once again. Okay, so that's our animations for trunks. Maybe we will then add some other animation. Now let's hit this shield. So that makes it so this animation clip gets saved into Blender file no matter what. Even if there is no object that is referencing it, it will be kept as a data block. That is mostly just a safeguard. Now, copy, just because we don't have a new animation clip button here. So that would be hood closing. No, first closing or open, those qualifiers should be in, just for consistency, they are in all small letters. Okay, hood closing. Now, A to select all bones and X to delete all keyframes. I said delete all keyframes. So no bones are currently referenced in this animation. We want to choose just this one bone, and frame is closed, and save. And now first position open, rotate, and that would be about where the hood is open. So save it, and yeah, that is our very basic hood open animation. It can be made much more elaborate than this, but honestly, why bother? Okay, now. Okay, so you use vehicle skeleton. Okay. It's the same here? Yeah, that's the same here. Anyway, this one, let's once again copy this animation and drop those keyframes, and I want to have a door front left closing. Okay, so door front left is this bone. Once again, let's save closed position, move to start of animation, rotate, and yeah, that is about where the door should be when it's open. So save it. Okay, that's good. Shield copy, door front right closing. Drop those keyframes, select this one, save closed, move to start, rotate, guesstimate the open position, save keyframe, and done. Okay, that is good. Next, shield, save door, rear right closing. That would be okay. Drop all those keyframes, select this bone, save closed keyframe, and please, okay, one, rotate, save open keyframe, shield copy, door rear left closing. Okay. And drop those keyframes. Now that one should go here. Save that as a closed frame. Rotate. Save that as an open frame. And yeah, you see, I don't bother to make those like perfectly symmetrical, because that would actually look better. Maybe just in my subjective opinion, but I guess that is the only one that matters. Okay, now with those doors, that's all fine and dandy. Yeah, let's shield this one. And I have a bit of a problem here with these trunk animations. So here you probably can see what the problem is. That all the trunks are open, but all those windows are not. Which is a bit of a problem. So let's take this object, go to vertex group, copy this name here, take this rear wagon window, add vertex group, assign all the vertices, and voila. That's fine. Now select that group name, select this object, select all, paste group name, and assign. Exit edit mode, and that's done. Okay, that one. Okay, that's all good. Now those doors. So let's copy right bone name, paste here, go to edit mode, and that's gonna be a bit tricky, but we can set transparent mode and select this whole window, assign here. Now going back here, let's copy the second group name, paste here, select all of that, assign, and good. Now all the windows are getting animated too. Yay us. Okay. Let's get animations. What was that? Rear right door. Yeah. And slam this door shut. Okay. That is fine. Now we have all the animated objects. We have all the geometry set, all the clips ready. I think we're ready to export this, at least this file. So let's save. What? Control S. Okay. Yeah, I was fat fingering something else. Okay. Now that file is saved. Let's export FBX to, where would it be? Guess that one is, yeah, PZK our PZ preset. So everything is set here. Armature, we don't add leaves. We just have that one. That one is at point 1, only visible objects of this whole collection is visible. So yeah, that should be it. So PZK FType animated FBX. Okay. And they good. Well, the only problem is we will only know if that is too much for one animated export only after we try to uh, import it in game. And if it crashes, then we know that we'll have to split the trunk bits as their own export. But for now, yeah, let's do that. Let's have that. Okay, now this animated bit, that is fine. Now here we have this rolling shutter, which I believe we have a bit of an issue with. Yep, that is inverted. I guess when I was giving them... Oh, hello, Bigo. Welcome to the strip. So, when we were adding depth to those, we accidentally inverted them. So let's just Alt-N and flip normals. So now that looks much more normal. Is it? Yeah. Here it too. Do we want this print to be on this side here? Because I'm not 100% positive about it. It makes sense to have this company print on the outside, but the inside, that I guess it should be just one color. So let's go and edit some UVs. So first select all, and then let's just can we, yep, let's go to face select mode and just deselect faces on this side. Okay, so that accidentally deselected some of those, but we can just reselect them, I guess. Okay, so all of those, I would like to take like this bottom part and have them all share UVs from that. So here we are. Okay. So let's go. Nope, that doesn't do it. Well, yeah, let's do them one by one instead. So let's go Alt N and select this, then select that for our no, don't select that. A to select all. Now that one is not selected. Let's okay, let's move by Y to just to match it here. Next one. A, move by Y, and yeah, let's actually changed my mind a bit. Yes, I want this one here to be our main copy. So we move anything above it to here. So let's select that. All move by Y and move down into here. Now that one. Select all, move Y down here. Move down here. And yeah, that might look like a bunch of busy work, because I cannot imagine a use case in game. Oh, yep. Thanks for asking. Okay. Yeah, the bottom might be rustier and dirtier, but that's gonna be a texture work, and I don't tend to edit textures in my mods. I only add animations. And yeah, I use Ki5 cars, mostly just the Hummer, but sometimes I add more of those vehicles, but they are kinda heavy on details and don't mesh well with vanilla vehicles. So while I do like those mods, I kinda play without them as often as with them. Okay, move, but I recently noticed that Ki5 cars, they have implemented something that I was uh, planning to research for quite a while, uh, meaning that the windows are transparent. So I want to check how they did it and if that can be broken. But that's gonna be require some free time, which is a commodity I don't have an abundance of. Okay, here. So, like I said, I don't change textures, but I change UVs sometimes. So that is two different ways you can affect how the model looks. And top one here and move down here. Okay, so now no logo here, but they kind of retain this metallic view, and we have logo here. So that's the effect I wanted. Now, we need to add armature to this. So, to add armature, once again, select this bottom line here, Shift S to put cursor, no, Shift S to put cursor to this selection, exit edit mode, Shift A, create armature. So that's our default bone. Now that bone is all the wrong size. So going back to here, selecting this edge, cursor to the top edge, edit this bone, select this top ball here, Shift S, selection to cursor. So now that bone is about where we want it to be. Now, that bone here. Armature, we want you to split again, no, subdivide. So, we know we have 16 slices here. So, we can subdivide up to 10. So we need to use 2 subdivisions, and 16 is, well, fortunately enough, is 4 times 4. So we can subdivide it into 4, and oh, well, no, actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay, so it's 14 now. Okay, 14 is trickier, but that can be 7 times 2. And yeah, here they don't exactly match because that one is smaller than the rest. Okay. but if we move like, okay, 2, 4, 6, 9, 10, 12, 14. Okay. Oh, no. And yeah, 6 subdivisions gives us 7 bones. Kinda this usual problem with how many cuts to cut, like this famous internet famous children's problem. Like, it took 10 minutes to cut a plank into 2 pieces. How many minutes will it take to cut it into 3 pieces? And the correct answer would be 20 minutes, because you need 2 cuts. And some people give the answer of 15 minutes because, like, 10 divided by 2 and then multiplied by 3 is 15. And here, so we want 7 bones, so we get 6 cuts. Okay, that is fine. Now, let's select some of those pieces here and go to strict front view or rear view. Then move them along the axis to make them line up with those cuts here. Like so. Yeah, the fence post problem. That is that. Okay, now we have those bones at about correct length. Now select all of them, armature, subdivide once again, each with 1 cut. And then we have that position to change a bit, no, not Y, Z axis, move it like that. Okay. Now we have all those bones. Well, that is good and all, but they are named a bit strangely. So, for example, that is just bone, that is bone 07, that is bone 01, 013, 02, like they are all over the place. So instead, let's give them some comprehensive names. So trunk, shutter, bone. Okay, let's copy that and go here. That one is trunk shutter 2 bone. Trunk shutter 3 bone. Trunk shutter 4 bone. Trunk shutter 5 bone. Trunk shutter 6 bone. And 7 bone and 8 bone. 9, 10, let's copy that. So you are 11, you are 12, and you are 13, and you are 14. Okay, so that's one tedious task done. Now we have another even more tedious task. So here we have that object, and we need to set up vertex groups. So vertex group, let's start from the top. So that's gonna be bone 14, and I want, okay, I cannot split that this way. Shucks. Okay, let's go faces. Select all of that, that and that. And that is our bone 14 vertex group aside. Another group. Name it shutter 13 bone. Once again, those faces, this one and that one. assign. Now 12 bone. Assign, and that's gonna take, as you can guess, a while of repetitive process. Oh, well, I would start with like maybe a Zomboid Reddit or the Zomboid forums. I believe there is a dedicated forum for mod requests, but I'm not sure how active that mod is. And yeah, feel free to describe what is the problem that should have been in game long ago. Maybe I can give some advice. Okay, now that's bone 11, that is this one and that one. Okay. Assign bone 10. That assign shutter bone 9. Assign shutter bone 8. And assign now shutter bone 10. Oh no, 7. Nope. Assign six. Assign oh, well, that is a bit embarrassing, because here you can see that I am selecting what should obviously be a bone 4, but I am adding a group 5. So we skipped one bone. Okay, so how do we locate which one we skipped? Let's select this group. Yeah, that one is correct. Deselected. 13, deselect. 12, select, deselect. Okay, let's check 9. So 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, that's fine. And okay. 8, 7. Okay, and that is our culprit. So we have misassigned this 7. So now that if we select this 6 bone, that is bone 5, and that one is indeed bone 4. That one is bone 5. Now that 7, 6, let's move you to the right place. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that should be the 6th bone. Let's assign now that one. Let's select. Okay, let's select everything from this 7th bone, which is, yeah, still matching our 6th bone. Let's remove all of those. Make sure if we select, yeah, nothing happens. So now that should be our 7th bone. Assign it here. Now double check. 8 is above, 6 is below. Okay, fine. Okie dokie. Add the bone group. Let's name that rolling shutter 3. Assign, and those last 2 bones I probably would keep as 1 bone. Maybe. Maybe not. Let's check how it looks. Okay, trunk 2 bone is this one. Assign, and final one is just without any numbers, just trunk bone. Assign. Okay. Now those assignments are done. Where is our armature, by the way? We, for some reason, added it not in this collection here. Let's give that armature a name. So that one is shutter skeleton. Copy, and let's, oh no, that's the bone, and we want this object name to be also shutter skeleton. Fine, okay. Now, that object and that armature, let's parent them one to another using armature deform. So now we can pose this shutter the way we want. Okay, so. Now let's create the animation. So let's select armature, go to animations, action editor, select trunk closing. So that is our base animation space. Okay, so the closed position for all of those bones, let's save it here. Now, the open position, we will get to it eventually, but not that fast. So first of all, let's make those frames a bit more visible. Let's move 1 frame, and I want to take that bone here, rotate around x-axis by 45 degrees negative, so like fold in shutter. And now, since that position here, it does not match where it should be, let's take that bone, move around the axis till it's about where it should go. So take those 2 bones and let's save their frames here. So now that's a bit of a snappy movement. If we move them further apart, we can see that, yeah, shutter starts rolling up and that section folds in. Okay, now next frame after that, I want that bone to be fully folded. Okay. Okay. I am not familiar with how hairstyle progressions work, though I guess it's not too hard to figure it out. And yeah, I agree that if you start with a bald hair, then getting like full head of long hair makes little sense. So Uh, Maybe that's a mod that I might look into, but I'm not an expert on this matter. Okay, either case. Um, Next thing we want to do is to move this, yeah, uh, with this specific request. Maybe you can get to another mod that adds some additional mechanics to hair or adds more hairstyles. Uh, my favorite would be fluffy hair, but that mod is like an oldie but goldie. And I'm not sure if its creator is still active. Yaki is definitely still active with his or her hair salon, so maybe that would be well, their mod comments would be a place to start this discussion. Okay, so next step. We should start folding this segment here. So that one should rotate around X by the same 40 degrees negative. And that for now gives us this one as a good position here. But that's not gonna last. Because next step, we will have a problem. Okay, here let's once again go to this view. Move along the axis up till the top matches roughly where the cursor is. So now that bone, let's save their positions. So now we have, oh, well, that's a bit embarrassing. Why did we skip this here? Oh, of course, of course. That's the problem here. It's with this bone. So here, since we now have those two frames in between, this bone thinks that here it should be like folded like this. So let's move this keyframe here. So now that goes better. Next step. So once again, we want this to rotate around x-axis by 45 negative. We want to slide that to along z-axis to where it's in the right spot. And here we have that folds too much. So for sure we can just unfold it here at this frame. But that will give us a problem similar to what we discussed with this previous bone before. So if we just rotate around x by 45 degrees, and then save like that bone, and that bone frames here, with that bone getting this start frame, closed frame here. You can see here now it that bone thinks that it should interpolate between that fold here and that fold here, and that is kinda messing up this frame here. And the longer we go with this approach, the longer this like 22-degree board will fold upwards, and eventually it will pierce the roof. So that's not the approach we want. So we want this bone, well, actually all of those bones, to be rotated independently of all the previous bones. To do that, let's select, select this bone, go here, relations, and untick this inherit rotation. So now change that, change that, change that. Okay, so now that kind of looks like we messed up some of those rotations, but oh. Yep. Also, when you create account on the official website forums, the game is not about SPIFO, because some people stumble over that. Anyway, now for those frames, now here nothing changes, but here we want that bone actually to have this rotation here and instead be like 90 negative long x-axis. Okay, so now this folds here and I said rotate x 90 negative, save as a keyframe, and now as we move forward that stays the same, but now this one we should rotate by 45 negative along x and save as a keyframe. So that kind of works. And if we didn't, we strictly speaking don't need this keyframe anymore, because they will kind of slowly interpolate between those. But don't think that would be a good idea to ignore it because of this position here. Anyway, next step, we make sure that this one rotate x another 45 negative, save as keyframe, rotate x 45 negative, save as keyframe, and you move along the axis to about here. Okay, and yeah, we start seeing an issue here. So apparently one of those vertex groups was not set up correctly. Let's check the layout. Let's go here. Okay, so that one makes me think that's the fourth bone. So that group 4, let's check edit. Group 4, select, and yeah. I kinda, if we go deselect, yeah, this group 4. Let's check. Group 5 is above deselect. Group 3 is below. And those two. Okay, so they are set to some bone here. So which one is that? Because that makes me a bit worried. Okay, now that shutter bone, select that one is right. To select that one is right. Let's just get the correct selection, assign it to fourth bone. Now that artifact didn't, well, disappeared, and now if we run into an issue with those bones being bent, then we'll identify which one is causing this issue. Let's just kick this can a bit down the road. Okay, now that bone here, that got its keyframe here, but let's make sure it's just one frame like that. Next, that bone and that bone, individual origins. Both of you rotate by -45. Save a keyframe. That data move here. That one. Move Z to up here. And save. Okay. Next frame. Those two, rotate X 45 negative. Save as keyframe. Move that keyframe. Oh no. Oh no. What did I do last time? I need to move just this bone here. And I think I ruined this bone or this bone. No? No. Phew. But that's good. Okay. Here, move Z to 1. Okay. That moves up here. Set the frame. Move to next. Rotate X 45 negative. A frame, that bone, let's move that to previous frame. Select that one. Move Z. Insert keyframe. Now next frame. Those two, rotate X 45 negative. Save. Here. Move Z. Oh. Okay. Up here. Insert keyframe. Okay, move by Z. Move by Z to about here. And insert. Okay. Two bones, rotate, 45 negative. Oops. Constrain it by x-axis. Insert. Oh, and here's the second mandatory checkbox of the stream. We are blessed by a bot. Sorry for that. I'm still not sure how to set up the chat filters. And I want to say that, yeah, I'm just a beginner streamer and only figuring things out, but I kinda recently realized that I've been doing this for about half a year now, which is crazy to me, but well, I guess that's real. Anyway, that saved. Now next keyframe, those two bones. Save and Yeah, that one. Make sure that one goes here, that one move along the axis up. And I guess that would be our final frame. Rotate X 45 negative. And that one goes here. Okay. I messed up. Rotate X 45 negative. Then insert. Now that one. Yep. Okay, so what's the problem here? There's no problem, but why is... okay. Okay, so I guess that wasn't last frame, or at least I forgot to save something important, so save that here. That one looks fine. That one, move a Z up, insert, next frame, and now those two rotate X 45 negative. Save both of those. And that one, yep, like that. Okay, and this, let's move along the Z2 up here. Okay. And save. Okay, so that is now our animation with all of those frames happening like with one frame tick. That is not too smooth, but is serviceable. But once again, we want our first frame to be right here at frame 1. So our open state goes all the way here. And now let's like spread those keyframes out a bit. Try to spread them evenly, but that's mostly arbitrary. Like that, and yeah, let's still move those in. And how's that? Okay. Okay, what's wrong with that? Okay, I guess I know. Because I was not editing all the bones here. Which is a little annoying, I guess. But what you gonna do about it? Okay, so those two, let's move them all the way here. Now those three move here. Those three go here. Okay. Okay, well, so what's the issue here? That one obviously should be... I think I messed up something here. Okay. So yeah, those two, they don't need to be moved here. Only those three. Right? Okay, and... Okay, so something does not add up here, I guess. But no. Actually, now we can see that, yeah, this animation works. And it's much more smooth. Okay. So now that we have this animation, let's shove those around a bit. Is that kinda... Okay. That is now serviceable. Layout, save, and since that's gonna be everything that is in this file, okay, let's do the export here. So export FBX, PZK, FType, let's name this to denote that this is just the shutter. Now, with this shutter animations, I know that I have to tick this force start and end keyframes. By the way, let's check. Yep. That first export was 720 kilobits. So not too much, I guess. Now let's export this one. And that one goes as well. Cool. Now, what do we have next here? Static here has 48 objects. 48 is below 60, so I guess those static, this whole static collection can be exported as one. Though I kind of feel that we are missing some of those tail lights. Are we? Because I know that we have lights for long, we have lights regular, but we are lacking lights for medium and medium crew medium. Are we? And yeah, I guess that's because we didn't cut them out last time. Oh. Which was a bit of an oopsie. Let's correct that. Okay, so where do we have that? Component, crew medium, tail, F350. Yeah, here the lights is insert here. Okay, so here is a bit of a problem we can see. because those lights don't match correctly down here, which is not a problem. Since we are adding more geometry, we can fix it. Like I can fix her. Oh, by the way, did you play Slay the Princess? Okay, yeah, thank you. Thank you for taking action. 'Cause honestly, I'm not annoyed by those bots, but I feel that they might be getting in the way of viewer experience. So now here we have this cut out. That is not perfect, but we can like select those three vertices, go to median point pivot, scale along the axis at 0. So now those vertices are perfectly horizontal. Same with those three. Scale along the axis at 0. So they are now flat. Those two vertices scale along y-axis at 0. Those three vertices scale along x-axis at 0. So now that geometry here is perfectly straight. And if we reflect that geometry in UVs, then this light should also become perfectly straight. So let's select that all and go here. So we know that all of those, select vertex mode, all of those can be lined up along x-axis. All of those line up along x-axis, line up along x, that's fine. Same deal here. Clamp them into one. Yeah, that's... we don't have this side yet. Okay. That's fine. We probably should wait with this action till we get both sides, but either way, either case, let's move okay, scale by y to 0, scale by y at 0, scale by y at 0. Move along the axis a bit down, move along x-axis to this border. Okay. That is... well, now we can see that that light perfectly matches this geometry here. Not here, though, because that bit is in another part of the UVs, and that would be this one. So, once again, let's line up those to be level, line up those to be level, line up those, line up those are fine. Okay. Now, here, move along y-axis, and we know that it should point to this edge between gray and black. That one, similarly, move along y-axis here. Now, those vertices, let's move along x-axis here. And you can see that that light now matches much better. We can still play around with that height, but that kinda gets us into a trade-off between matching this black thing here or this light shape here, and I prefer this one. Okay, and there is nothing that requires moving this vertex around. Okay, that's one light. Let's get to the other side. So, knife tool, cut like that, cut like that, cut into here, back, cut up here, here. Okay, now those three. Let's scale them by x to 0. Let's take those two vertices and scale them by y to 0. And now with magnet on, go move them by y to match this vertex here. Now those three vertices, scale them by z at 0, move them by z to match that vertex here. Those three vertices, scale them by z0, move them by z to match that here. Okay, that's good. Let's cut up here, and that should actually be most of it. Now just fix the UVs on this side too. Let's scale x to 0, scale x to 0, move x to here, scale y at 0, move y, move y. Oh no, let's start by scaling by y, now move by y into here. Okay, that side is good. Now here, that one, line up by x, line up by x, line up by y, line up by y, line up by y, and let's move them around a bit. Move y that way, move y that way, move x that way. Okay, that's fine. And yeah, that now lines up to good. Good, good, good. Let's select that light, separate it into its own object. Let's select that light and separate it into its own object. For now, let's hide those. Edge mode. Of that one selected. Of that one selected. Edge. Mark as sharp. E to extrude. Escape to cancel all movement from extrusion. Pivot to individual origins, scale to 0. That gives us some depth for those. Let's give it a bit more, like this. And yeah, faces. Okay, that is good. UV editing, select all, clamp into one point and move that point here where it's like black, so it shows that this is something that should be on interior. And that is done, so if this light is removed from a vehicle in game, you can see the visual representation that the light is missing, but you don't see like a hole into nothingness. Okay, now those lights, that should be a light. No, don't change this completely. That would be a light. Crew medium, rear left, F, F350, rear left, object. Save. That one is rear right object. Okay, that's 2 lights done. Next, crew medium tail province. That is 1 light. And we would have to use something different for intruder. So let's duplicate this. Let's change this tail to intruder and give it a different material, like this intruder one. And honestly, they don't. Oh, that province should be like 3, 4. Yeah, here you see that light is kinda askew here, so that's a problem in the UVs that we will have to fix at some point. So let's start with it. And actually, yeah, for now let's even get rid of this province. Let's get this intruder done, and then we will copy it together with geometry, but then edit UVs to correct it all. So knife tool, cut along those lines. Cut it in. Oh yeah, let's cut it to here, here, and here, and then link it here. Okay. So let's also cut all the way here, and now move some vertices around. To move those vertices, I use double tap G to enter slide mode. If you tap G1, that would be a move mode, but that doesn't change the UVs. It keeps the UVs as the same as they were for this vertex. If you double tap G, you can move just the vertex, and it will try to adjust UVs to make sense. Okay, slide you in here, and now knife that way. Okay. So I cut this polygon here in 2 because it wasn't convex. It had this kind of corner as a concave bit. And slide here. Okay. Now, same as before, let's make sure those are lined up. Let's make sure... Oh, what? We don't really need this vertex, do we? Okay, so those also should be lined up. And those. And those 3 here. Okay. Let's cut same thing here. Let's double cut those. Cut here. Cut here, here, and up in here and here. Okay. Slide some of those vertices around. Around and round. Okay. Those three scale by Z, move by Z to match this one. Those two scale by Y, move by Y to match this one. Scale Z to 0, move Z to match that one. Scale X to 0. Select all and let's check the UVs. Oh, why are you using this material though? Is that the right one? Dash F platform. Okay, dash intruder. Okay, that's right. Okie dokie, that lines up at X, line up by 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 Y, line up by SY0, okay. SY0, and that should be fine. Now all we need to do is move them around a bit. So move X into here, move Y up here. And move Y up here. Okay, that is fine. Now, that side, that would be the lower one. So that one's scale X0, scale X0, scale Y0, scale Y0, and we know that this vertex here, that needs to be like in the middle of this black line here. Move Y, move along Y axis, move along X. Okay, and that gives us a pretty good tail light. Now on this side, let's fix that too. Scale X at 0, scale X at 0, scale by Y, scale by Y, move by Y up here, move by Y down here, move by Y to the middle of this line here. And here it is. This tail light is now good too. So they are ready to be separated. Face select mode, C for paint select. Click on this convergence point to select all the faces at once. Oh, I only want one of those selected. I don't want to separate them jointly. So that is separate object, and that is a separate another object. Hide. Select this edge, mark them as sharp, extrude by Y, Scale to zeros. Now select both sides, go back to UVs, select all, clamp into one dot, and move that dot into the interior, or the technical area. Okay, that's good. Now, that intruder, it needs to be copied for the province. So let's duplicate it. Let's rename it, instead of intruder, province, and assign correct material here. So province 3, 4. Okay, so here you see that there's a bit of a tail light smear here. It's fine on this side, just on this side. So let's go to UVs and check what's going on here. So we can see that this whole block, it needs to be erased a little bit, like so. Yeah, that kinda messes up those bits here, but I'm more worried about this one. Maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like this colorful light is more visible than those lines here. So that is our tail province. Now for this light here, that also needs to kind of match what is for the province. So let's duplicate this light. Let's call that province. Let's give it material. And now here in this material, I want to change, move it like the same way. Oh, actually, yeah. Let's move it along y-axis and to about the same way it is here. So that is that. Let's select them both and compare. Yeah, those positions are kind of close enough. You can see those vertices kind of match. Okay, that's fine. We are done with those lights. Let's give them just their right names. So we have this light crew medium F350 rear left object. Good. Now that one, light crew medium, instead of F350 you are intruder, a rear left object. That one, instead of F350 you are province, a rear left object. And finally that one, light, that is intruder, a rear right object. I might actually just make a copy of this light and rename it province just for consistency's sake, but for now let's, where is this? Yeah, all of those 5 objects, they can come up here into this static collection. Yay. Okay, let's shut it for now. Okay, so we got the crew medium done. Now we need mediums done. Medium trunk shared, medium tail, long tail. Where is the medium tail? Tail medium, okay. So we have tail medium, That's something we'll probably delete, and we have F350 tail medium. Okay. Okie dokie. So you are not a template, you are a component. So you are a component, then you are a component for medium size, you are a component of a tail of a 350 mode. So that's how you should be named. I said comp and it's not CMP. Okay, so now you see here comp mid, that means everything related to assembling medium vehicles is gonna be in one place. Okay, now that tail here, that's also a component, medium tail. Let's call you province. Okay. You are province, but actually I probably should start with intruder instead. So let's call you intruder. And give you a material of, oh yeah, you're already of the right material. Okay. More of the same process with cutting out tail lights than aligning vertices to be perfectly lined up when they should be, and editing UVs. So here you go, and here you go. Okay, that's fine, that's fine. That's good. Straighten by Z, straighten by Z, straighten by Y, straighten by X. That's fine. Do we need some cuts here? Yes, we do. So I want to cut this corner and cut this corner. Once again, to avoid concave shapes here and here. Those concave shapes, they, well, technically they are not a problem, but they can result in some weird shading. So it's better to just make sure they are triangulated or cut into convex forms, convex shapes. Okay, that was messed up a bit. Let's slide it here, slide that in here. Knife up here. Let's cut that too. Connect. Okay. Those 3 scale x0. Okay. Okay. Select all. UV editing. And whoa. Well, that is just broken. GY here. Okay. Now here we are. Oh. Well, not those three, and not those three. Okay. Scale x 0, so they all are now straightened up. Yep, that looks that looks better, but I guess if I want them to line up like this with this, I still have to select them like so. Okay, that's good. And the lights are mostly in the right place, but those yellow bits can be lined up a bit better. So here on that side, this yellow needs to be a bit smaller. So take this vertex, move along y-axis, and move it a bit up. So there is less of this yellow bit here. Same on that side. Move along y-axis. Like that. Okay. Yep. Good enough. So that's our intruder. Yep. So separate that light. Separate that light. Edge, mark sharp, extrude a bit by y-axis, clamp into dots, select all those faces, select all those faces, UV editing, clamp into a point, move that point here. Okay, so you are now intruder. Let's duplicate you. Let's call you province. Assign no correct material here. Now that light here, let's also duplicate this light. Call this light province. Select both of them. And let's go to UV editing and fix this position here. So move along y-axis to up. Like so, and that maybe move that down a bit. Oh. Why? Okay, yeah. That's fine. That's because this slide here it has incorrect material. It's still using an intruder when it should be this one. That works. That kind of works. Okay. Those are now done. Now this one, F350. Same familiar song and dance. Knives, let's cut from here. Okay, that isn't pretty. But what is? Okay, let's use this vertex as a pivot. Select those three. Set 3. Switch to cursor selection. Scale by Z at 0. So now all those vertices are forced to share a Z coordinate with cursor. Okay, now those three share Z coordinate, scale by Y coordinate, and okay, you go here, scale by X coordinate. Okay, that looks serviceable. And I'm really glad that people are watching this stream. And if you have any questions about what I'm doing or like about anything, then feel free to ask, because I'm constantly running of things to ramble about. And a silent stream is less entertaining, I reckon. Okay, slide that, slide that. Okay. Yeah, let's get rid of this one. We don't need this edge. Let's dissolve it. That is a quad. Select all, go to UVs. Yeah, that's fine. So we have those, we have those. Let's switch to edges. Those, those. And in here we have those, those, those and those. Scale by X at 0. Okay, that was a wrong idea. Oh, oh, well, I'm glad to hear it. If you have any questions about how to do animations, I did a little bit of it at the beginning of the stream. And that was more of a technical animations for vehicles, because animating rigid objects is simpler than animating like skinned humanoids, where you have to assign those bone weights per each vertex and gradually shift from one bone to the next across the mesh. And I am not qualified to work with that, honestly. Those rigid animations are probably my level at this point. And but I'd be glad to share what I know. Okay, so let's select those two. Let's median point scale by y. That's k. Select those, scale by y0. Select those, scale by y0. Okay. And yeah, while those two are selected, let's move them. Move by y down here. Select that one. Select that one. Move by y up here. Oh, but that one can use some straightening too. Okay, scale x0. Move x to here. I guess that would be the same here. Yep. That can be straightened. That should be moved. Okay. Oh, okay, yep. Making a VTuber model is a cool idea. And though I'm not sure which program to use to set up a VTubing model, like a long time ago, before VTubing was a thing, and I shared my Steam account with my son. You know, he has his own account. He asked me to buy the program called Face Rig, which is, I guess, a rudimentary VTubing program, because it takes input from camera, tries to interpret it, and then makes animations, applies animations to a model based on those what it sees in camera. And it works pretty wonky, but I guess it works. I might actually add something like this to the stream. Though not now, because that would take a bit to calibrate it. Move along X to here. Okay, no. First straighten that whole thing along X, and then move along X to here. Okay. Move along Y. Move along Y. And since you are planning on being a VTuber, what kind of VTuber? Are you going to play games or just chat or like do reactions? Okay. That actually looks good on that side and on that side. Okay, so those are ready. Cool. Oh, well, that's less cool. But what should I do? Let's select that and separate this. Let's select that and separate it. Select those, edge, mark them as sharp, extrude by y-axis, clamp into point. Nope, not one point. That's the problem here. Oh, so you are a PZ streamer too. That's good. I love Project Zomboid. Okay, and honestly, I never played Valheim. Maybe I should. Because my main stopping factor is that my hardware is not top-notch. Like streaming Zomboid is already a strain on it. But Valheim does not look like it's like super high fidelity game, so maybe I can manage. S0. But but there's a problem of finite free time. To stream some games, I need to figure out when to do that. And oh, where is this point? Where did it go? Okay. Okay, so now I have no idea where my UV point is, because it should be like bright yellow and easy to spot, especially if you move it. But I cannot see it, so how can I make sure that it gets here? So now I switch here my cursor mode to moving this 2D cursor here. Click here to mark the position. Now going back here, make sure everything is selected. Make sure this pivot mode is set to 2D cursor, scale 0, and here we are. Now wherever those UVs were, they are sure set to this cursor position. So that's if you have some problems dealing with Blender jank. Okay, now let's give those correct names. So once again, you are light, you are not crew medium, you're just medium. And yes, you are F350 rear left. Let's recopy this name. That one is rear right. F350. Done. Now that one. That one is not an F350, you're an intruder. Rear object. Rear left object, you are also intruder. Rear right. And finally, you are province. Okay, here we are. Oh, and what is your streaming time? That's also important. Oh. Okay. Yeah. And I almost closed my chat. Okay, yeah, I'm a professional streamer, how could you tell? Anyway, components, I believe we should be done with those. Now we have... yeah, audio setup is a pain. I started this stream by discussing that. I hope my new setup works, because like the last two streams my microphone cable got a bit chewed up and lost connection. So I had to buy a new connector, now solder it in place, and hopefully it works now. Okay, yeah. Well, OBS seems to have a decent noise cancelling filter, so maybe it will help. At least that's all I am using. and I'm using a really small microphone that is close to my mouth, so that shouldn't pick up much background noise, because it's kind of weak, so anything far away it just wouldn't pick up. That's the idea. Okay, 58 objects. That is worrying, because there is a limit on number of objects we can import in from one FBX file into Zomboid. Otherwise, it would start breaking the game. But I hope we didn't exceed it yet. Okay, now that is fine. All the lights, all the windows, all the seats, all the stuff. So that static collection, that can also be exported. Okay, let's save, file, export, FBX. So this is PZK FType, static, FBX, and oh, last time we added this checkbox here, we don't want it here. That's not going to be relevant for this export because we don't have any armatures or animations visible. But just in case, for completeness sake, let's untick it. Okay, so static collection is done. Now our final problem. Our final pain in the everything is our collection of vehicle bodies. Before, we created a bunch of components to assemble those bodies from. No, UVs does not have anything to do with transparency. Transparency is a color property, and color is stored on the texture. And if you set UVs, and UVs is like a coordinates where on the texture you are pointing. And if it so happens that the area UVs are pointing is marked as transparent on texture, then you can have transparency. But just with UVs, that wouldn't work. So, and having transparent textures, that also needs to be assisted by shader, because most like simple shaders, they would just cancel all transparency because they are only rendering opaque objects. They don't want to blend with something else, because that is a bit of an issue on how rendering works. I can like get the whole lecture here. Yeah, I showed that a couple streams ago. I can fire up the game now to probably show it. Let me see. Where's the project Zomboid? It was not updated for a while, not that it matters. Oh, I don't have a plan. I'm just here to show my work, to answer questions, and to like have some good time. So it's like this old saying that the samurai has no goal, just a path. So I'm eventually going to finish this PZK animated mod. That's not gonna happen anytime soon, but sometime it will. Okay. Oh, I hope my save is not bricked. And yeah, you are not just the viewer. Viewers are quite a rare commodity for me now, so Like no viewer is just a viewer. Every single one is precious. Okay, game, please load. Okay, load. Can you still load this save? Well, you don't tell me you can't, so let's try to load it. I've been stuck on those, modeling those F-type vehicles for quite a while, but yeah, so yeah, you see it needs to update my save to a newer version. Hopefully that wouldn't break stuff. And if it does, like if I cannot drink any water or all generators in the world disappear, not that it matters, in debug mode anyway. Okay, yeah, well, I'm kinda not at my liberty to crank something up on this PC because that's technically my wife's, and it's doing its best. Probably the laptop I have now would run it a bit faster, but that laptop has an atrocious screen resolution, like it's 763 on the vertical side, so that doesn't really make for good quality streams. And I am planning on getting some external screen for this laptop so it can like so it's forced to render in some reasonable resolution, but it's not here yet. Okay, so game started. Let's go. Here we are. Okay, so that's the collection of vehicles we are working on. All of those trucks and wagons and box trucks. Here is some trucks that we have already animated. And yeah, you can see that the windows are opaque. Please get in. And even though the character is sitting there, if we take like something long in our hands we can poke out, it is not visible. But here is a thing. That is the mod files we have here. And one of those mod files, I believe 42 specific, would be shaders. And we have this custom shader here. A shader is a piece of code that interprets texture, and it can read some values from the texture, and here you can see it takes this final command is like the resulting color of this pixel that it just computed. And it sets up some color and like texture, paint, yeah, that's a typo by Zomboid. Engine, is it? Yeah, that's an engine level typo. Maybe it's deliberate. Anyway, that sets the color, uses this color alpha, but it is always set to 1. I haven't encountered any time when that value wouldn't be passed as 1. But we can be sneaky and say like make 0.4.4 and multiply it by this value. So now, whatever this value is, it will get less than 1. So let's save it. And if we go back to game, I said here, please refresh. Yeah, you can see that the windows, well, at least the windows that are set to use this particular shader, are now transparent. That might be a bit too transparent. I believe the real value should be closer to like 0.7 multiplied by this. But yeah, technically those transparent windows can be done. But here is a demonstration of a problem that brings along with itself. 3D engines, they tend to try to optimize, well, to be lazy and optimize as much as they can. So this door that you don't see here, it kind of happens to render after this windshield is rendered. So then it detects that, hey, all those pixels that I should be visible through have already something marked as rendered in front of this. So whatever it is, all my pixels are gonna be occluded by it. So let's not waste time computing what color they should be. They are not visible. And that would have been true if windshield was in fact opaque like it is in base game. It is not, but with this shader, and so the shader that tries to render this door thinks it can get away with being lazy and just doesn't render it. And we are kind of lucky that those seats inside, they happen to render before this windshield. So now they are still visible. Oh, and unfortunately, as far as I know, fixing that would require some engine fixes on Java level, which I'm not yet comfortable doing. Well, I know how to do Java. Well, I know how to do general programming, not Java specifically, but you probably get the point. And but KI5 vehicles, they apparently have transparent windows. So I'm interested in how they do that. Well, either way, does that answer your transparency question? So it can be placed on texture, and then if UVs point to this transparent area on texture, then yes. And it is, but the main point would be in the shader. So if we go back to code, where is it? Here. Like that, we might even ignore anything that was on texture, like make this a flat 0.4 for any pixel that is rendered with this shader. That's fine. That's okay. That would be transparent too. Let's check this 0.8. That would give us a bit better results. Yeah, now you kind of see some reflections on the windows. Maybe even 0.9 should be the value. Yeah, and those windows are still not transparent because those vehicles are not animated. Their windows are just vanilla ones. All of those are. And those. And no. The engine, like I said, this engine uses Z buffer to detect if it was occluded or not. And technically, yeah, if we go here, technically this shader can have some instructions on, well, not this particular shader, but some entity that this shader is being called from. It gives some instructions on how to interact with the Z buffer. So technically this transparency shader, transparent shader, that needs to stop writing into the into Z buffer, and that would prevent it from like occluding this door. But then the opposite would happen. Basically, if the door does not detect that there was this windshield in front of it, and it sees like, yeah, there is only ground that is behind me, then I must occlude the ground, and it will just render itself as full zero opacity thing, like zero transparency, full opacity mesh. To properly do this rendering of transparency, to properly do this transparency rendering, you have to make several render passes. So you first have to render everything that is opaque using this Z buffer as rules for occlusion, and then you render everything transparent. And if that transparent bit detects that, yeah, something in Z buffer is already in front of me, then yeah, it calls itself. So it doesn't draw over, but anything that it can, well, anything that it is in front of, it should then take whatever the color was before this transparent object rendered, take its color, blend them together using this opacity or transparency as like as a rule for blending, and then it would work fine. And the good thing about this, that even if those transparent bits don't write into Z filter and you have like one transparent thing that overlaps the other and then they're occluded by third, if you ignore some artifacts in which order they should blend with each other, they would give you possible results just by having those two rules, that all transparent things are rendered last and they don't write into Z buffer. And unfortunately, Zomboid vehicle rendering engine as it stands now does not implement this. So we can kind of force this issue to work, but that's a kind of crutch-based workaround. So what I'm talking about here, let me show you. Let's take this vehicle. So that is our front right door. So front right window remove, front right door remove. Now front now windshield also, let's remove that. Let's install those back in. So you install this door, then we install this window. Finally, we install back the windshield. So now you see that the window is still transparent, but the door is no longer occluded, because the door was installed before the windshield. So, and you can even see that this window here is partially occluded, but it's still there. So we can like, yeah, you can barely see this character there. Yeah, let me switch this to like lighter transparency. Let's get this 0.4 back. Save. So here, you can see my character is still visible here. So that's still a transparent bit, but that is shaded noticeably different than the rest. It's not just this one transparency, that's two of them stacked on top of each other. So my guess is KI5 has this like workaround that anytime you install some part or initialize a vehicle, it makes sure that all the windows are first set to not render and then set back to render last. No. Since I reset position of this door in, well, when I installed it, because that's in which order the game tries to render them. If I open this door and then close it back, that would maintain all, well, it's still here. That's stable until I restart the game now. So that's not an issue. Oh. And here, that is actually a bit surprising, but I guess that makes sense because this is part of a rear window and that is part of a trunk, and since rear window is parented to trunk, then it makes sense that trunk was set to render first and then this window renders, so they are properly occluded without this hack. But here we are. Okay, so now that transparency lecture is over, let's get back to Blender. Okay, so we have some bodies that we need to make. Let's hide all of that. Which bodies are there? So I believe that is the full collection of the vehicles, right? Okay, so we have... Oh, no. Okay, that's not the full collection, and they can be different based on their headlights, so that doesn't help us at all. So, vehicle bodies. Let's make a collection here for crew long vehicles. Now we have only two. That is a pickup and wagon F350. So those two. Pickup and wagon. Okay, let's disable this wagon. Let's take this pickup. Okay, that pickup is using this F350 678 material. We have other variants of the same, like we can see 4 doors, like cargo bed. What kind of vehicles we have in game that match this description? So we have here, we have vehicles and they have one layout of headlights. Then I believe that one is also that. And that is using different set of headlights and taillights. So yeah, those lights are different. And the worst thing, oh, is it too dark? Let me, okay, where's my debug panel, please? Oh, it's a new icon. I just noticed it. General debuggers, game speed, let's speed it up till we get some daylight. And set it to 1, please. I said just 1, please. Okay, pause and set to 1. Okay, done. So that's 1. And what irks me the most about the mod, and I'm working with one of developers to address this, is if we check this HSV skin variants of this vehicle and move through skins, we can see that it has like 3 distinct versions of headlights. So this is 1, this is 2, this is 3. So we have to account for this in models here. It's that one, we can see that, yeah, that takes probably what we saw as the second version. Let's copy this vehicle, hide that one, and let's rename it to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, because that's the name of this material. So here we changed this material. All good, but you can see now that the shape of those lights, they don't match. Where... Okay, thanks for lurking. And yeah, by the way, I have a YouTube channel. It holds all other streams in an archive, and that one is gonna be uploaded sometime today after I end the stream. So here we have textures show the shape of headlights as one shape, but the geometry is not does not correspond to this. And that's because here we have this grill set to specific for this material. So if instead we switch it to use the different grill, like this one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we can see that now geometry and texture agree with each other. Here on the tail, that's nothing more is required because both of those F350 materials, they use about the same rear lights. So that is now good. Next, let's make another copy. And we also have, like, instead of this F350, we can have intruder 1. That's another material we have. Here, intruder 1. And that geometry up front looks serviceable, but the side, it cuts away something that is not there. So once again, we already have this component set up. So let's switch this component, grill, intruder 1. And yep, that now fully agrees with textures, but we have a problem here at the rear. So those lights, they don't match. So instead, let's go to type, change component, long, not F350, we want component long tail intruder. And here it moved this to a different spot, and there's a mismatch with geometry here. And that is because that is this rear fill here. Let's change that to long pickup rear fill province. So that should be shared between this dash intruder and province types, and yep. So those gaps are now gone, which is good. Now that is our vehicle. Let's duplicate this intruder and select the next material we have. That would be intruder 11. So same deal. You are intruder 11. Tail should be the same because all intruders share the tail, but grill is specific. So grill for intruder 11. And that's how we make the variations for those vehicles. The final one would be intruder 6. Okay, that's right. Intruder 6. So that's the final intruder. Okay, and we have 3 more variants of province material. So first one, let's call it pickup province 1, 2. Change here, grill province 1, 2. And material, yeah, material also should be province 1, 2. Here, province 1, 2, it matches rear quite nicely. So that's like the same rear as intruder. Good, that works. Next, let's duplicate it. Disable that one. Let's call that province 34. So here, headlights no longer match. Okay, that's totally fine. We can change this grill to be grill province 34. So now, oh, why is that missing here? Please tell me. I kinda look like I goofed up, didn't I? So let's check our components collection. Component grill province 3, 4. Well, no. That thing is here. Why is it not visible then? Is it just textured wrong? Well, I guess it is. So let's select those two, UV editing and yeah, you see there is nothing here. So where does it go? G, okay. So that one, we don't know where it is here. It's not something we like, but we can reset this UV position. To do this, UV, project from view, and now that plaque appeared here. But we don't want it to have this random location it got assigned based on view. But we know that it needs to match corners here, 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 and here. So take that, move it somewhere close, then set the magnet mode to vertices, and we know that that vertex must merge here, that vertex here, that's here, and that's here. And yep, that's now fixed up. Okay. So that can be hidden, and that now looks correct. Well, we almost had an oopsie. Which is, guess, still good because we haven't exported this file yet. But here with this province 3.4, we can see that that bit here is having a problem with UVs. So instead, let's also adjust this tail one to be, no, not type, tail one. To be component long tail intruder, we want it to be component long tail province. And that uses a different, well, basically the same geometry with different UVs. So now this vehicle is assembled as well. And we have two more province materials, which, as you can guess, are called 5, 6. So let's assign the grill to have 5, 6. And material here to be also 5, 6. And we also have 7, 8. Shift, duplicate. That one would be 7, 8. So material 7, 8. Modifier, grill. Let's assemble it with 7, 8. Okay, so that's all of our pickups here. So all of them, well, plus this wagon. So all those pickups, they are roughly the same shape. They have different headlights, they have different tail lights. They can share the same doors, rear windows, windshield, like engine block, hood, anything like that. So that's good. Now wagons. So we okay, let's hide all of that. We have this wagon here. That first of all needs to have material set up to it. And then let's duplicate. Okay. Let's move. Let's duplicate. Okay. Escape. One, two, three, four, 5. So that's a different material here. So that different material warrants a different grill. Component, grill, once again, F350, 1 through 5. So that's, again, we know that that vehicle and that vehicle, they share their front grille. And they even share their rear lights as well, but they have like different, some different geometry around it. Now with that done, let's duplicate. Let's call that intruder 1. So first thing first, set correct material, then set correct grill for intruder, and rear lights, yeah, that's kind of messed up. So here, let's set tail. That tail needs to be, where do we go here? That tail, yeah, tail along intruder. So now that matches the rear lights, that doesn't match this interior here. And those lights here, they also don't line up perfectly, and we have those ugly gubs. So that is, once again, our rear fill object here. So component, long wagon, rear fill for province. And yeah, all of those discrepancies are now gone, which is good. So that intruder now can be copied 2 more times. Let's copy once, copy twice, and we know those intruders are named 11 and 6. So you use material from 6, you need a grill from 6. And now you need to use a grill from 11 and material from 11. Okay, so those wagons are set up. Next would be setting up province wagons. So set up here, and yeah, that work kinda worries me because some of those vehicles, they are not gonna be needed. Those, not all of those vehicles are required. Or at least not at this point. Maybe they will be added a little bit further in if we can persuade Peter. Or okay, province 1 2, material province 1 2. Now grill once again province 1 2, and that is good. Next, duplicate here. That would go to province 3 4, material province 3 4, and grill for province 3 4. Okay, that once again has the problem with this tail. So as well, we need to change tail from tail intruder to tail province. Long tail province. So here we are. And that is all of that change, all of the changes required. So duplicate you 2 more times. Five, 6, 7, 8. So that should have its correct corresponding grills. So 5 6 for you. And switch material to be 5 6. And you switch material to, please switch material to be 7 8. And switch grill to also be 7 8. Okay, here we are. So that's 1, that's 2, and that's 3. Okay, and that is all of those crew long vehicles. So if we collapse, that's 18 vehicles just in one size. Okay, next collection is gonna be just long. So for long, we also just have 2 pickups here, well, 2 vehicles here. One is this pickup, one is this wagon. Well, we can probably delete both of those. Take all of those pickups here. So duplicate them, move them into this long collection instead. And each one of those needs to be renamed from crew long to just long. And here in this type, let's fix this from crew long pickup to just long one pickup. Like here we can see that, yeah, lights set up in place. The doors are now just 2 of them. Okay, that's how we can change them. So you once again change type from crew long pickup to long one pickup and change the name. So drop crew from here and those indices from here. Okay. Sorry, what? That pickup is fine. Why is that geometry borked? Huh. Oh, hi, Nobs. Glad to see you here. So, okay, that one is now corrected, but I am worried about this one. Did I... Okay, crew long pickup still here. Long one pickup. That's good. Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense now. That is supposed to be a grill, and I changed it here. So that's grill from Intruder 6, please. Yay. Okay, that that makes sense now. Good. So now that, but I noticed one more thing. Is it the same problem here? Yep, that's the problem here. You see it mushed up some geometry. So what happens here is when we assemble them into one vehicle, we use this merge instruction on modifiers. And in some cases, those vertices that happen to be within this threshold are not the ones we're supposed to merge. So instead, yeah, we just decrease this threshold so only vertices that are basically at the same space, at the same position, get merged. And that gets rid of this jank here. But since I just noticed it, I guess I'd have to revisit most of those vehicles and readjust this merge here. Okay, now that one. Okay. And that one is already fixed, but not yet renamed. Crew, not crew long, just long, intruder 6, fine. Now, ooh, I just realized that I probably have the same issue on all the pickups above. Which is... Oh, a fan in the background? Well, I'll have to double check. I guess, yeah, maybe I need to close the game so it seems like rendering is struggling a bit. So let me close that. And yeah, there is also construction noises in the background. Maybe my microphone is picking them up because they are now loud. Okay, but if I am robo-voicing, that's not good. Anyway, that's pickup intruder. No, here, that's... So that works fine, but with this type of crew long, if we change that to be long, then yeah, that happens here. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, you definitely can hear some of those construction noises. Okay, that's that. That is long one. Pick up here. So grill is fine. Type needs changing. Long one. Pick up here. Oh, and the province. No, province is not fine. Rear fill. Like that. Okay. That's fine. Next here. And also I'm a bit upset that Blender does not do a thing that Unity does. Because in Unity, if I had those multiple objects that I need to change like in a similar way, well, not assign new names, but changing those modifiers. I could just select several objects, and then all the components, well, similar entities in Unity are called components, and all the components that are shared among all the objects I selected would still be seen here. Some of their properties might be grayed out if they are not shared among those objects, but those that are, they can be edited in just one click. So that would have been much more convenient to do. But oh well, we can only hope for better tools, but then we are limited to only what we have. And for all I know, maybe Blender has a plugin that does that. Okay, now we are coming to wagons. So that wagon, that needs to be not a crew long wagon, that should be just long wagon. Modifier here, type, component, long, well, not pickup, but wagon. So that's the different shape. And yeah, rear fill seems to match here. Okay. So close that one. So long wagon. Change that to long wagon. Okay. And rename it. Oops. Don't get rid of all the numbers. Some of them are useful. Okay, long one wagon. Okay, and that looks like all of them are now processed. So we don't have anything that has 4 doors here, just this slightly extended cab. Okay, and we have some pickups here, and we have some wagons here. And they look the same, but they have different lights in front or in the back, and they use slightly different trunks here. Like so. Okay. So long vehicles are now fine. Now new collection. Next would be medium length. Okay. We have those two here. Medium length pickup and wagon. So let's move them here. Let's once again start with pickups. So you are medium pickup, you have all the tails set up, you are F35678. Let's duplicate you, let's get the right material here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And let's assign correct component from the grills collection. Here it is. So that is our large headlight, medium sized pickup. And compare it to this long pickup. Yeah, it's noticeably long. Good. That's fine and dandy. Next would be instead of this F350, you would be called intruder pickup. Grill for intruder 1, material for intruder 1, and now we have a problem here with those tail lights. So not just grill, we want you to have different tail. Medium pickup, that's crew medium. That's medium tail intruder. And not just tail, we want also to change a rear fill. Be medium, pickup rear fill province. Okay, so that's our pickup setup. It does not seem to have any issues with this merging, so that's fine. But still, while we're here, let's specify that thusly. Okay, next. Intruder duplicate once, duplicate twice, duplicate 3 times. So you are called intruder 6, you are called intruder 11, and you are called province 1, 2. So that one has the grill of intruder 6 and material of intruder 6. That one gets material of intruder 11 and a grill of intruder 11. And that province has a grill of province 1, 2 and material of province 1, 2. So now all of those vehicles kind of make sense. Huh. Well, that's a little worrisome. Why is there this shading problem here? Let's double check our component for this grill, province 1, 2. Component grill province 1, 2. No, it does not seem to have any doubled up geometry here. Let's make sure by mesh cleanup, merge by distance, nothing deleted. Alt N, average by face area. Okay, so that might have changed something. Not here though. Huh. Well, I guess we'll never know. But that's a minor detail. That shouldn't be visible in game. At least I hope it's not. Okay, now double this, rename this into province 3, 4. Give it the material of province 3, 4. Give it a grill geometry from province 3, 4. Nice. And with this 3, 4, once again, we need to adjust this tail. Because that UVs that are on this tail, they are not correct. So once again, medium tail province. That's that. Let's name it correctly, 5, 6. Let's duplicate. 7, 8. So yeah, well, my day is started a bit earlier than usual, but it's going fine. What about yours? Okay. And I'm just glad I'm finally coming close to finishing all of that. Okay, now we have a wagon here. So that needs to have a material assigned to it. all is well here. Let's duplicate it, change material, change the grill. Now intruder. Okay, yeah, change the name too, I guess. Intruder 1. So let's take the grill from intruder 1. Let's take, well, the tail is medium wagon, that's okay. No, that's the type. The tail is medium tail F350. We want medium tail intruder. Oops, no relative offset, please. And rear fill. We also need this to be medium rear fill, or medium wagon rear fill for province. And that's fine. So duplicate. You are intruder 6. You are intruder 11. You are province 1, 2. So let's change your grills. That is your grill. That is your grill. That is your grill. And materials. You, you, and you. So now all of those make sense. Okay, now you. Duplicate, change you to province 3, 4. Change your material to 3, 4. Change your grill to 3, 4. And we need to change your tail. Medium tail province. Cool. And 2 copies of that. 1 and 2. 5, 6, and 7, 8, and 5. Material 5, 6. And material 7, 8. With grills set up to 7, 8 for you. And 5, 6 for you. Okay, so all of those mediums are also set up. So they are 18 of those. 18 of those. So we already have 72 vehicle bodies in this file, and that's not all of them. Oh, that's gonna be a bit painful, I guess. So another collection is gonna be called crew medium. And yeah, just like medium, it is, well, it's set to have 4 doors. So let's take this pickup. Let's show that. Let's take this pickup and that wagon. Let's duplicate them, please. Oh, no. No, not just those two. Let's, yes, just those two. Because I might not like it, but crew mediums, they are different length. So here I can show you. This is the pickup. If we change this to be a medium pickup to crew medium pickup, that now ends here, and that tail is not connected properly. So that's an issue. Tail component, crew medium tail F350, rear fill, component, crew medium, pickup, rear fill F350. So that's a crew pickup, a crew medium pickup. I think I am. I hijack, and we have exported animated bits for those vehicles. We have exported static bits, and we are now working our way through all the vehicle bodies. We have 74 variants so far, so we are for sure splitting it into 2 exports. And yeah, that's not all of them. We are gonna need at least 15 more. So yes. And how are you doing? So that crew pickup, adding those variants is actually a bit tragic, because if we look in game, there are no pickups that are of this medium length that have 4 doors. So that's gonna be a bit of a fool's errand, but there are crew medium wagons. Still, just for completeness sake, I'm gonna add all of them. So that is F350, 6, 7, 8. Fine by me. Duplicate, duplicate again. You are called F350 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and you are called intruder 1. So that one, let's assign material 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's change the grill type to grill F350 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so that vehicle makes sense, and that vehicle makes sense. That vehicle, well, let's change its grill to intruder 1. Let's change its material to intruder 1. Intruder 1. And here, yeah, we need to adjust tail. So not type, tail here. Tail, crew medium, tail F350, crew medium, tail intruder. And finally rear fill. That one, component, crew medium, pickup, rear fill, province. Okay, so that's our rear fills set up. That intruder is correct. Now, intruder 6, intruder 11, province 12. Hide that. Intruder 6. Grill from intruder 6 and material from intruder 6. Now that one is gonna be intruder 11. So you get material from intruder 11, you get geometry from intruder 11. Hide, and now that one is gonna be province no, not province, just province 1, 2. So your grill is gonna be province 1, 2. And your material is gonna be province 1, 2. That makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. Finally, you duplicate into province 34. You get the grill of province 34. And here we have this smidge of taillight that we want to fix by using this crew medium tail geometry for province. Okay. That's okay. Now 2 copies of you for province 5, 6, province 7, 8. So your grill is 7, 8. Your grill is 5, 6. And your material is gonna be 5, 6. And your material is gonna be 7, 8. So now that makes sense. That makes sense. And that makes sense. Okay, so that's all of those pickups. Now the wagon. So type, I want to change it from medium wagon to crew medium wagon. Crew medium wagon here. So tail is now disconnected because medium and crew medium have different length for some reason. Okay, tail F350 and then rear fill for crew medium, wagon rear fill F350. So that gets everything set up here. You are now not MIDI, you are crew wagon. Oh, and I just realized here, yeah, we have all those MIDI wagons. MIDI, MIDI. Okay. All of those are fine. Okay, duplicate. You should have a grill from F351 through 5. You should use the same material. And that's it for your changes. Duplicate. You are intruder 1. Oh yeah, and you need to be renamed to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so intruder. Change material to intruder 1. Change the grill to intruder 1. Change this rear. We need to change this, no, not type, we need to change tail. Crew medium tail intruder. And rear fill. That needs to be also crew medium wagon rear fill province. But that's fine. So intruder 6, intruder 11, province 12. Intruder 6. change material to be intruder 6. Hide. Now you are intruder 11. Change your material to intruder 11. Change your geometry to intruder 11. Hide. You are province 1, 2. So change your geometry to province 1, 2. Change your material to province 1, 2. Hide that one. Okay. That's fine. Now, duplicate province. Duplicate it to, rename it to 3, 4. Set this texture to 3, 4. Set the grill geometry to 3, 4. Okay. That's fine, but here, once again, change of tail. Grill medium, tail, province. Okay, and just 2 copies left. So that is for 56, that is for 78. So your grill is 78. Your material is 78. Your name is 78. That name is 56. That material is 56, and that grill geometry is 56. Okay, and all of them now make sense. So that one, and that one. Okay, so we have crew medium vehicles, we have long, crew long, medium, and we need a new collection for regular. And those are all done already, so just shove them into this collection. So that's our full assortment of those vehicles here. Which is fine, I guess. But that's not all vehicles. We also have some more of those. So how do we go about adding those? So let's move cursor to the world origin. Let's Shift A, add like a simple plane that we actually don't care about. So we immediately delete all vertices inside the object, but keep the object itself. And that object is gonna be vehicles truck, vehicles box truck, I guess. So, and here we want the same layout of modifiers as there. So generate array or 1 copy without offset. You don't need even a merge. And I want to use grill CUCV. And as to for material, I want to use, that CUCV material. That's not right, I guess. Do we have an ambulance material and SWAT material and move it material? That's what I'm worried about. But yes, let's try to open this file. So this is the textures, ambulance, Franklin F350 ambulance shell. And why are you still okay? That's fine. So that is one part of this vehicle. Now that one, let's name it grill. Next would be a cab. So array, no copies, no offset. Please do merge with 0, 0 tolerance. And as a cab, please component, just component shared. That is a cab that is shared by all those vehicles. That's fine. That's fine by me. We have a problem with this floor, but that's not gonna be a big problem, I hope. So that is our cab. Next modifier is gonna be type. Yeah, instead of that, let's duplicate this modifier, name this type, and instead of this common shared, let's see, we have box shared. So that is like all the shared bits of those box trucks linked here. That is one thing. And finally, duplicate. Let's go to this rear. We want to set this box door. Okay, so that is our vehicle ambulance. Oh, and I already see a bit of a problem here, because we didn't cut out the headlights nor the taillights off of it. Oh, yeah, well, what you gonna do? Generate, yeah, let's, oh, nope, nope, nope. Let's duplicate and call that a light bar. And that one has, where is this? Component, light bar, where's the component for light bar? Component for light bar. Oh, is it of the wrong scale? Please tell me I didn't mess it up. Component, light bar, and yeah, that has the messed up scale. So apply all transforms, hide that, and yeah, that's our ambulance. If I remember correctly, that's the ambulance. That's the light bar it uses. Or is this light bar used by tow truck? Well, yeah, because we also have this light here, but that I believe is for SWAT truck. Okay. Okie dokie. Oh, and I just noticed that I am running a bit over time. So, let's, do we have a material for you move it? Yeah, we have material for you move it. So that would be our vehicle ambulance truck. Let's duplicate it, hide that, call it you move it truck. So that's gonna be mostly the same, but that light bar is gone. Yeah, that one too. Your material is you move it, and here that rear bit, instead of it being box door, it's box shutter. Yep, speaking of light bars, I'm all ears. Okay, so Ranger cars, they should still have fixed light bars. Yeah, and SWAT also fixed light bars or no light bars, I guess. Okay, makes sense. Okay, so you move it. That's also fine here. Yeah, I guess airport security also is like fine as is, because it also has light bars. Okay, so modular light bars are just for police vehicles. Cool. Oh, so that's in build 41. Okay, well, we'll figure it out. It's not like it's some quantum physics. Anyway, you move it for the move it yourself for cheap. Okay. Now SWAT. Let's duplicate that. Name it as SWAT. And I believe, no, let's not duplicate this one. Let's drop this SWAT. Let's copy ambulance. Call that as SWAT. And we want to change this light bar to CUCV light bar. I believe it's, yeah, CUCV light. Oh, yeah, and apparently it has messed up scales too. Right? Right. Control A, apply all transforms, and here you are. So, okay, and let's get this material. That material needs to be called as ambulance. Now let's duplicate this material, call it SWAT. Oh, we already have a SWAT material. Okay, so SWAT material, and anytime now. Yeah, that should have this SWAT material. That is fine. Okay, so that is ambulance. Yeah, and we also have this CUCV. That's another vehicle. What is its shape? Well, I guess I'll check that in game a little later. But for now, let's just export some of those. So, as we noticed, we are now coming up on almost 100 shapes for those vehicles, which is too much for all of the for importing in one go, so we'll have to split them in several. So let's make long and crew long as one export. So save, export, FBX, F35, body, long. FBX, oh, there's nothing like this. All the export the same, fine. Now hide those two, show those three, I guess three. No, those two. Let's show all of them. File, export, FBX, body, medium, export. Now hide those regulars and those three. That's gonna be our final export. Body miscellaneous export. So export fx, let's just check the sizes of our FType exports. So 712 for animated bits, 807 for long, 842 for medium, 446 for miscellaneous. Static is just 242. Yep, that kinda is a lot, but less than I was afraid. So yeah, Jack, since you are here, did you notice this spreadsheet I created to track the progress for vehicles? And here we have this vehicle split map. So did you check that out? And do you have something to say about it? I'm so glad that those large pickups, they don't have police or other service variants. I am so glad. But what if they do? Well, I guess adding them, that's not that big of a deal. Oops. Yeah. Well, anyway, that's gonna be something for our next stream, adding them in scripts and then in game. That's probably gonna take for just those vehicles 2 more streams, but then we'd have a large leap forward with how many vehicles are processed, especially if those different headlight configurations are getting split into separate vehicle IDs. Which is gonna be fun, but I'm afraid it might overload this vehicle spawn pool. Like so much variety. But either way, I hope you had fun. That would be it for today. I hope to see you next time in a week. Goodbye.